Juice. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Mm. Gotta find a link for this thing. Make sure the audio is working, yeah? Make sure the audio is working. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. One more thing and then we can get rolling here. Yeah, my internet died last night and it's been dying throughout the day today too. Pissing me off. Bum 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 bum. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Should be good to get rolling here. I just want to try to send into some songs on YouTube and see what happens with the stream. I'm getting a little tired listening to the same 2 or 3 things over and over. Especially right now, Thursday going into Friday, no sleep. I'm feeling it. Oh. Anyways. Oh yeah, gold. Oh, fucking gold. It's going. It is going. Papi Chulo. Papi Chulo. I'm great. It's almost always going to be to answer that question. I'm great. Very hard to not have a good day. And the trades. I guess first of all, how are you? How are you, my boy? In terms of the trades, I'm still in the same short from yesterday. I mean, nothing has really changed actually. And in terms of the long, I got out of it. Like I closed it out. What fib did I have drawn? Or maybe I had this one. No, it must have been this one. Yeah, so I closed some out when we came below this, the 382. And then I had my stop like here. So I'm like, okay, if we lose the value area high, we're probably going lower, and I'll just get back into the long if we're going to hold down here instead of just round tripping the rest. So yeah, right now no long, but we are in that short, and we got our TPs spanked right here, right? This is the TP from yesterday. Next TP is right here at this naked point of control. But we'll see. Because I think if we come down here, I feel like bear or bulls have to hold this. Like this is like a. I mean, let's update our levels for the day, but. I would be extremely suspicious of taking a long if we come down here. Unless we have like some very huge open interest edge already. Blessed, bro? That is good. That is amazing. That's what I want to hear. Being blessed. Let's update these levels and get rolling because there's some stuff I need to get done here. And I also want to go to bed relatively early because we have PPI tomorrow. And typically the way this works is if inflation is starting to increase, you'll see it on the producer side first. So today we got lower consumer inflation data points. Whoops. But yeah, tomorrow if we see that the producer inflation is increasing, then I mean it's probably coming down the pipeline for consumers next month. So we'll get an interesting data point tomorrow coming out. Oh. Mali Mabit. Interesting. Interesting. I was also considering getting back into the long if we. I'll delete this for now. Like, this was yesterday's like daily VWAP. I was waiting to see if we closed above this. Got a candle up here and started going. And there's also this fib I was watching. So basically, if we start getting candle closes above the golden pocket, then I'll consider getting in the long, like kind of delayed. Yeah, right now we're in a bit of a treacherous position. I'm not feeling potential long it right there. Shout out to the box, by the way. Shout out to the great box. Goddamn. Don't need this anymore. I'm so confused with these fucking fibs. They don't need this for now. We'll just keep this for now. We have our alarm above and below, so don't need to pay too much attention to this chart right now. Drink this before it goes cold. Snacking out on some protein. It's almost Friday, thank God. I've slept like 5 hours a day this week, if that. I'm tired as fuck. Oh, this is so annoying. Fuck. Okay, we're almost good. We're almost good to go here. Gonna check out some of this data. Give a quick glance at everything. Get caught up on anything that I might have missed. Refresh this, refresh that. Earlier today, we had some shorts get trapped here. It's kind of what I've been watching. Basically, one thing kind of been watching to see what these guys are doing. Cause a lot of people were opening shorts on this move down, and they got. Still have not closed on Bybit. Some of the ones on Binance have. OKX is mostly closed out. Okay, so not a huge open interest edge here in terms of this little bit of price action. How's the order book looking? A lot of high leverage liquidations to the upside. Interesting. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, this is looking real juicy. If we do start to reverse. A lot of people waiting to get licked right here. Interesting. We are seeing some like interesting. Like there's not a div on these oscillators, but CVD does have some divs here. Worth watching. We'll keep note of that. Papi Chulo, can you check XRP? I want to long it. Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec. XRP. The ripples. The ripples. Interesting. Interesting. The CVD I'm talking about is only on coin margin contracts. Interesting. I might stand for a bit too. Might raise my desk and just stand for a bit. Tower sitting down. Why did that stop? Why did that stop? Interesting, the video's muted. That's odd. Okay. XRP, yeah, XRP. XRPZ. You want to long it, but like what do you mean long, you know? What time frame, right? Because you could do like super low leverage, high time frame, a swing long. Or even higher leverage, right? It doesn't have to be low leverage, but gives you a lot more breathing room. probably get the full chart. When did I do this? Interesting. I don't even remember doing this. Same as you? Okay, sure. I mean, I kind of use them all, right? I don't really trade like a specific. No, from the 1 minute all the way to the daily to the weekly, like they're all relevant. They'll give you certain information. I do use a lower time frame to get my entries, so I guess we'll kind of go there. I mean, back tested this monthly level like damn near perfectly. Damn near perfectly. Interesting. Because the first thought on my mind when I when I loaded this chart, what is this? Dude, these spam callers in Canada are fucking absurd. Fucking absurd. Let me mute that, by the way. Actually, I can't. Fuck. Cause I have to meet someone for like a few minutes. They're coming to my house, so I don't want to miss their message. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, the first thought in my mind is like, what's the chances that we like correct more of this move? Right, the 618 as well. We are going to be having some pretty big dips if we go lower, which is expected after such a huge pump. I mean, like, it's not obviously like the cleanest of divergences, but it's kind of like a minor one, even on the daily. And here it's already going. Okay, interesting. This is a little worrying. This little cluster of price action down here. Anyways, don't need this. You said you wanted to long it, I think that's what you said, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll kind of just, we'll get some levels to the downside and targets to the upside, even though they're really like the same thing. I mean, same as beta, right? This is like let's just look at let's compare these charts. Let's compare these charts. All right, did we grab this single print on the lower time frame? I think we did. No, we did not. Okay, so like there's a little bit of a single print still left to grab here technically, although it's not the most meaningful at this point. Most of this has been filled. And then we have like a negative point of control below that. Same story here, right? I mean, first and foremost, we are on the same understanding that you're just gonna be watching Bitcoin to decide what to do here. But in terms of like the levels, like it's probably how's the derivatives chart looking? Okay, so these definitely got swapped on derivatives. Yeah, probably somewhere like here, right? Like this is the value area low right there. So probably something in this range, right in this box somewhere. Alternatively, like let's assume that biddy does hold here, where it is. So we'll look at this chart, which I'm not particularly convinced it is, right? Like this bit. Why is it still here? This chart never updated. Why is that still there? See, the thing about the downside one on this, I don't know. I feel like if biddy loses this level right here, like that's not good. That is not good. How much liquidity is below us right there? Okay. 300 mil or so total if all this gets swept. It's a pretty decent amount, I suppose. Yeah, that's this is the thing that's really on my mind about biddy, and why I'm like would be very paranoid if this does not hold now. If this 4-hour level gets lost and this negative point of control. Like I don't want to see a big buy wall in the order book here. People need to defend this, because once you start to lose this, like the cascading is starting, right? The cascading has begun. And then we already know about this, right? We already know about this big box. Multiple billions worth of liquidations right here. So cascading into this box, like you're looking at a pretty aggressive move to the downside here, potentially looming right below where we are right now. So I think you'd also be losing the value area low at that point, right? Don't really want to be losing this level. How's Zimpy doing? I think it's rolling over. These things did not update from my laptop. Oh, fuck off. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was thinking, I was like, I'm forgetting something, but it's yeah, tomorrow is like PPI, right? So another day, we're potentially set up to get like bad news, and it just sends us down into this. So extremely important level to be watching right now. Like this kind of area right here is like to me, like this is the last stand for bulls, right? If this is not, if you actually want to have a realistic chance of defending this, you probably got to hold around here. Gold is flying too, still going. How did the daily close? I mean, so far in terms of like bear, like we talked about this yesterday, right? How bears probably didn't want to lose this high. At that point, if you're risking like like a massive squeeze, and so far they did their job right. Bears did their job, held the golden pocket. So now let's see what the bulls do here. Leave that like that. And we'll circle back to your XRP in a second. It's possible though, it's possible we hold here. Let's not, bulls have not lost this fight just yet, right? Yeah, the thing is, it's Friday tomorrow. That's the other thing, right? Remember that like this liquidation, like obviously you want it to be done on CME as well, but that can happen later on, right? So maybe it happens over the weekend, right? S&P is not there to help if S&P is pumping, so lower volume easy to manipulate by large entities. So adding even more potential risk to the long if you did want to take it down here. So yeah, I don't know about yeah, like that's my I think my final thought after giving it some thought throughout the day today, and now. I don't know if I'm gonna be wanting to get in. Like if we lose this, I don't know if I'm gonna want to get in along on XRP from the downside. So that leaves us one other option, yes? One other option. And it would be getting in up here, right? I suppose right now we do like something like this. Just getting on that. And we're potentially doing it, right? Potentially doing it right now. And I'll look at the open interest data in a second for this. Yeah, you can kind of like get any of these like kind of structure change potential things here, right? Entries. Let's go to the derivatives contract actually. This would have been some pretty shitty highs if this one wick didn't come get all this stuff. Right, if you look at just the line chart, like this is all just like marginal lower highs. So this is like sort of and like some people trade on candle closes, so potential like a lot of liquidations here. Let's go look at that right now actually, because I'm curious now that I look at that. Let's go look at XR Pizzle. Gotta sneeze. I feel a sneeze coming on. interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely people here waiting to get liquidated right now in shorts on XRP. Not a huge amount though. How much is up there? I'd probably TP like here, right? It's 2.5, and then like here probably is the next one, somewhere in this area. In terms of targets. And after that, like up here somewhere, maybe here. Anyways, we'll pay attention to Biddy. Yeah, we'll pay attention to Biddy in this, because that's really what's gonna decide what's happening with XRP. And it is not like. Like, I'm trying to think in what world can price come down here right now, and that would make me want to take a long. Like it's hard to really think of something. True. 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 Like maybe at most we like tolerate a wick down here, but the candle close like not below this level. Something to that effect. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But even then, it's kind of feels like we're like a hopium at that point. We're really hoping. I think the only scenario where I take a long going lower from here in this area is that, so one, no candle closes on a meaningful time frame below this, and two, like on the move down that creates the wick. I want to see a lot of shorts get trapped here, a lot. I think if both of those statements are not true, I'm just not interested. Too risky. Too risky. Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree with that? I think they can do whatever you want, right? Don't gotta listen to me. There's some random dude on the internet. Alright, eat this too, damn. Damn. You know, one thing that I will say about Biddy is the fact that we didn't take any of these highs, not even this, because like we could have came up here and like just swept this garbage and then got rejected and gone lower. And I was talking about this yesterday, how like not sweeping this would be pretty fucking bearish. And on the flip side, the fact that we didn't sweep this makes me lean less towards the fact that we're coming down here. Maybe we do, right? Maybe this is left behind for like a potential massive squeeze on the way back up. But I feel like if we were gonna go a lot lower, like they're not gonna let you get away with staying in these shorts, right? To juice on the whole move. Because this is a massive juice fucking trade if you're in a short from up here. So the way I'm looking at it, like the fact that we didn't clear this, we're probably doing something like that, and then maybe something like this, potentially. But we'll see, right? As usual, we'll just watch the data, go from there. We wouldn't even know if we're gonna lose this level, right? We don't even know if we're gonna lose this, let alone everything below that. Thanks. No problem. No problem. The one thing I'll say about this level, and I was thinking this yesterday. Like yesterday, I remember I was drawing a line here, but like I never like ended up talking about it. Like everyone has been talking about this level right here, right? And to me, that's a fucking red flag. Personally. So like that makes me think either like A, this is the low and we're actually defending this and going, or B, we're fucking blowing through that shit. So in terms of just like sentiment to data and what I'm seeing people on social media saying, it's making me fucking paranoid about taking a long at this level. Like obviously if there's like massive edge and whatnot, then yeah, we'll take it because of the math, right? Fucking math. But I would not be surprised at all if we come sweep this level and then just end up going fucking lower. Like right away, like we don't like do any kind of mean reversion. That will not surprise me at all. Why do I have this here? Juice? Well, we'll leave this as juice. Okay, cool. I mean, nothing to really do right now, right? Nothing to really do right now. If I'm gonna get in a long on Biddy, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, like I want to see this stuff get cleaned and like us close above this. Something like that. We are potentially doing one of these. Potentially. Interesting, damn. That's alarming. This red candle. There was a pretty big buy wall that was here just now, and they punched through that thing. They fucking devoured that thing. Interesting. Yeah, bears are fucking bullying order flow right now. Holy shit, more than 2 to 1 in terms of like the money. Interesting. Oh. Wow, interesting. The Dixie dropped below 100. Wow, huge red candle on the Dixie right now. Interesting. Aziz. Oh, where can I see what? Where can I see what? I'm gonna put on some music. I might try it out and see what happens. I'm kind of itching to put something on, listen to something. The order flow. A couple places. Like exo charts. Like aggregated trade. I guess like Bookmap shows it as well. Not as good of a job though. But yeah, those are the two main ones. I'm sure there's like other ones as well. Like for instance, there's something like this, right? So in the past 5 minutes, like this is much on the long, this much on the short, past 30 minutes, same concept. And then this thing is like showing you like all the orders with like a ad filter on it. Pretty interesting to see too, right? When you have this thing open and there's like volatility hitting the market and people are getting liquidated, this thing is just fucking like a sea of red or a sea of green, just and these things become so like imbalanced. It's like eye candy. Should go into some lower time frames here and get a look at this. Anyways, we'll keep this open for now. We'll watch these two. I gotta change the VRVP on these. It's fucking annoying. Can't see the chart properly. I'm already so tired, 39, I'm already like fucking out of it. Already out of it. Right now, what I'm thinking is I might add back to this short. If we start losing these levels, I might just add more to my shit. Because we're already shaved twice on this thing, right? Already shaved twice on this short. So if we are gonna make this move down, might as well reload, right? Reload the clip. Very interesting to see how this gold chart progresses. Well, we're gonna play 2 songs and see what happens. I need some energy right now. So we'll pause this one for now. Let's see what happens with this stuff. I need to wake up a little bit here. What is on our to-do list? I also might do like a bit of an alt and nerd out again. Kind of get my finger on the pulse for the alts again on the weekend. It's one big long ass alt stream. What a weird open interest chart, what the fuck? Look at those. When do you ever see that? It's just so perfect. Interesting, interesting. Same with the rounded top on the S&P yesterday, right? It's just random shit you don't see often. Do it. The alt stream. Well, it's probably not gonna be much to do, to be honest. It's more so just updating this list, because I imagine a lot of these really haven't changed a whole lot in terms of like Like perhaps some of them have gone like a bit lower the levels that were discussed in the last one. But like those levels are already there, right? Like if we go, like let's say Biddy does lose the low and these all lose the lows as well, we still have the levels down here anyways, so. I'm also curious if there's anything worth looking at that is not on this list. That's kind of the main goal. Okay, that's one. Dude, these memes. How much leverage can I use in my exchange for this thing? I'm gonna have to look around these exchanges to see if I can do some of these on Kraken as well and whatnot. No fucking cap. I might fucking open a massive meme trade, massive, on a meme coin or two. Because these things have so much room to fucking run. Like we're talking hundreds of %, no leverage. No leverage. I'm gonna have to print some generational wealth off fucking like Bitcoin and Bobcat. Max position size is with a minimum of 2 leverage, 25 mil, and it scales down pretty aggressively. By the time you have 10x leverage, you're looking at 5 mil. Even, I mean, that's pretty good though. I mean, honestly, like, let's do the math on this real quick. Let's say we even just get back up to here. 200% on 10x leverage. And the position size would be what? Let's look at the full Bobcat chart. See if we're missing anything here. we are 0.089. Okay, well, definitely be a little careful. If we are going to entertain this, we have to make sure we get a proper entry, right? Nerd out on a good entry. Because a lot of upside, but also like very volatile to the downside. So we're going to have a very nice invalidation on that. Also be mindful of this lower stuff. Keep that in mind though. Lower this alarm so we're a bit more dialed in. Because I have to keep in mind for the shorts, same kind of thing I did with the long here. Because there's a lot of this short running still. Where's this thing? I'm looking at the top cat. Yeah, I still have like almost half the trade still going. So don't want to round trip that for sure. So I'm definitely being mindful of what was happening at these single prints. Because I'm going to start closing out part of that position if we start going up here. Ain't no way I'm giving that shit back. Damn near 60 racks right now. Okay, cool. And also if we do want to market smash along, probably not gonna market smash along, to be honest. I'd much prefer to wait for like a retest and then go and break this structure and then stop there and enter, probably. We'll see. We will see. We'll see what the data's looking like. Let's kind of check this stuff out again. Interesting. Spot volume starting to have divergences as well. Interesting, interesting. Starting to see some potential life from the bulls right now. 9 minutes till 30-minute candle close. Okay. Oh yeah, my phone, fuck. I'm gonna make sure I'm being mindful of this stuff. Let me finish eating this. Why not enter the breakout? I don't know if I trust it. I don't know if I trust it. Because we might literally just like come up, tap this single print, and then just go lower. Just to clean this like a little bit of garbage. If that's the case, like I'm not gonna be able to move my stop loss into break even, right? If I smash the entry right here, it's not enough. But I'd rather A, miss a trade, or B, not have the most optimal entry. Who cares? Like suppose that this is going to hold, which would be pretty suspicious again, right? Because now we're sleeping even more like shitty lows to sweep. But if this does hold, and that means we're attacking the upside, right? In which case, do I really care if my entry's gonna be like here or here? When regardless, my trade's like looking something like this. Where's that thing? Right? Not really. You lose a couple of dollars on an entry to have a way higher probability of being correct. And also having the opportunity to get out break even. Okay, let's go back to the other playlist now. And we'll see what happens tomorrow with that. In terms of, like, does the stream get muted or what happens? Or is it just like demonetize it if it even is monetized in the first place? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I'm just gonna listen to music when I stream, fuck it. I'll go with fuck. Okay. Minute candle close soon. Yeah, the other thing about this is also like it's like, you know, these are like value area levels in terms of volume and time, increasing the probability that we do reject here. Yeah, so a little too risky for me, right? We'll have a better opportunity to get along than that, in my opinion. An entire week of ETF outflows. Interesting. I want to see one of these. I've been waiting for one of these for so long. It's like a massive spike in volume. So that's why I don't believe the low is in just yet, right? Like a lot of the signals to me are pointing that we're making another move down. You know, I want to see a transfer of wealth. That's what these are. These are transfers of fucking wealth. Well, motherfuckers getting dumped on at the very peak. Motherfuckers capitulating at the very fucking bottom, and we're just reloading the bags. So I want to see one of these up here. Transfer of fucking wealth. From the impatient to the patient. Can I see some of this gold stuff? Be back. Back in 1 second. Oh my god, almost spilled water. Almost spilled water all over my setup, damn. Do I trade SMC? What is that, like the smart money concepts or whatever? I gotta stop saying getting to a bad habit of that. Hard to say though, hard to say. I don't really... I've never watched ICT, so I'm not really sure what the definition of SMC is exactly. Like obviously I'll see random tweets of people talking about that stuff, but I don't really pay much attention. Not to say that's there's anything wrong with it, or there's no merit in it. I just no opinion one way or the other. From my understanding, he's just taking like existing concepts that have been around in the market for a while and kind of rebranded some of them. Perhaps maybe put his own spin on it, perhaps, I'm not sure. But I mean, there are people that swear by it. So... And I'm sure if I were to like sit down and nerd out on that stuff, I'm sure there's a lot of like overlap with things that I already do, I'd imagine. And it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, right? The whole point is that you're just have some rule set that you are following, right? Some repeatable way of functioning that guides your decision-making process and allows you to have the probability in your favor. So if the rule set that you're choosing to follow is that guy's stuff, then sure. Sure. Although I do find it a bit nonsensical at that, because I'm not sure if he says himself. Like maybe I'm just quoting stuff that I read on social media. But people make it seem like there's just one like one algorithm just overseeing everything in the market, and I think that's like nonsense. I don't know if he said that himself. If he did, then a little suspicious to me. A bit of a red flag. But I'm waiting for someone to come over, so I'm like kind of just checking my phone so I make sure that I don't miss their message. I'll just leave my alarm on, whatever, or my ringer. Why? Why what? Why what? Oh yeah, just realized I need to look up something. The algorithm thing? The one algorithm? First of all, like, do you know how much money you'd have to have one algorithm controlling the entire market? 'Cause like it's not just that. This is a game. Everyone's playing the game, right? One sec. Boom. Where were we? Where were we? Oh yeah, the algorithm thing. Yeah, it just doesn't, the logic of it just makes no sense, right? Like think about it. Like there's this much money in the game between like you and everyone else playing. And you're telling me that there's one entity with one algorithm that has enough money to overpower literally every other fucking player in the world combined? It doesn't really make sense, right? Doesn't really make sense. And not only that, but like think of the strategy behind that then. If there was an entity like that, the behavior of how they're entering and exiting the market would have to be with all of that size to influence the market. In which case, everyone would see that there is one entity that's doing that, and everyone else would hunt them down. Right? Same way that in Bitcoin, when you see some fucking one of those like tweets go viral, that there's some like hyper liquid whale who has like a $200 million position. Same thing would be happening here. And if they're not entering and exiting the market as if there were one massive entity, then there is no one massive entity, is there? Right? Right? Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? With that said, though, perfectly fine to think about the market in that way. I do. Like one of the, okay, I'm about to show you something from like 100 years ago. This guy died in 1934. I'm sure some of you have heard of Richard Wyckoff, right? Wyckoff accumulations, Wyckoff distributions, etc., etc. And he talked about this like literally fucking over 100 years ago. How like you know you should treat the market as like you versus like some person named like Composite Man, who's like some individual who's out to get you. Yeah. I'm gonna read the whole thing and go to this. Probably pay attention to the data a little bit more right now, because we do have some decisions to be making here. Let's not get too distracted. We're seeing a lot of longs open here right now, a lot. Fine for now, right? Because they're all in profit, but if this starts to reverse him here, got him. Yeah, spot volume is going crazy right now. Well, you see this a lot of times. The spot market just squeezes like futures and derivatives. But people forget like they're you know, people think leverage trading is where people are juicing, but in reality most of the biggest players in the game are spot market players. They don't even bother engaging with the risk of leverage. They don't need to. Just massive fucking spot whales. And the thing is, like the spot market, it feasts on the leverage traders. Like all of this here, like they feast on the emotions of the market and leverage traders. You know how many times here the same thing happened over and fucking over? We get to the highs, people are open interest is ramping up at the highs. And then spot people are just dumping their fucking bags, unloading on your bitch ass. and then they liquidate you and they reload their bags down here. And they kept repeating it over and over and over, and the same thing kept happening. At the range highs, open interest kept ramping up like fucking exponentially. Until people learn their fucking lesson. And they're just accumulating massive fucking spot positions over and over. With no additional dollars invested into the market. Compounding their bags. Minute candle close coming soon as well. I'm trying to find some gold positioning. Cause I want to see like what's going on with this. Cause like this money's gonna have to flow somewhere, right? That's the thing. Like right now, gold's been running, and people are just juicing on gold right now, and a lot of people. It's the biggest market cap asset in the world. So this money is gonna have to rotate out of this somewhere, right? And it's getting like how much more can this run, right? I'm sure people that have gold bags are feeling a little euphoric, right? People are FOMOing in right now, as we have like these like divs forming and whatnot. I'm just curious about the positioning, because people just keep opening shorts into this and keep getting squeezed, and you know it is what it is. Motherfuckers are getting got. But at some point, that's not going to happen. So seeing that money rotate out of gold into other stuff would be quite nice, right? I need to go roll out my chest. This past 2 days, this muscle has been bothering me. Apart from being at this computer so much. Haven't been here in so long. My body's not used to it. I'm used to fucking nerding out. Sitting down non-stop. Okay, I have closed a little bit more of the short here. Just to play a little safe. Okay. And then now we'll see, do we get a retest of this or not. It's running a bit of a lower time frame. That is smart. What is? That's the short. Came from the short. The gold stuff? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's smart, just makes sense to me. I don't know if there's any validity to it, but yeah. But the logic of it makes sense. Because like, there's a lot of money in gold, right? We have to remember that this is the literally the highest market cap asset there is, and I think by like a pretty significant amount too. Let's look. Yeah, $30 trillion in gold. Next is Apple with 4. I don't know if this is updated or not, but because Apple's like, is Apple really that high? Interesting. But yeah. So like, responsible people are going to be taking profit on that. I can guarantee you that, right? Sure, I'm sure some people are going to get got and trapped at some point when this reverses. But people that, you know, if you know, you know. And this is one of those times where you got to recognize it's time to start taking some off the table, right? This thing has ran up essentially like 25%. And we're not even talking about leverage, any kind of like leverage positions on this stuff. With like barely retracing at all, and you're having like divs in the higher time frames. Obviously they can be invalidated, but like at that point the chart would have to be doing like this. So we'll see. Something to be mindful of, right? That this would be a very nice confluence in terms of helping the rest of the markets though, right? If the rest of the markets are going to be seeing a low soon, this is going to be a part of the reason why, because people are rotating out of gold back into like risk on assets. And that's why I've been watching this so keenly lately. Out of curiosity, is kind of like some idea of potential. I wonder if there's any interesting trend lines up here. Broke it. Where's the volume on this? Look at a different one. There was a good amount of selling on these days, right? Pretty big volume spike on these 3 down days. Interesting, we'll see. We'll see. Because this can definitely run too, right? It can definitely still run a decent amount. Like, there's a long way to go before we get into some, like, this kind of oscillating data territory. Like the high 80s, potentially even 90s. It is flying. Pretty big, girthy 1 hour candle we just got. 2 hour candle as well. Mark out some of this liquidity. So we can get a real finger on a pulse for how what's really popping off right now. There's gonna be little small clusters though. 81834. This box up here is growing. It has grown. That whole area between that and the wick is now pretty thick, So we'll just leave that there as a little bit of a reminder. Why those red boxes? Well, I'm just gonna taking a screenshot. Like these are like it's basically like the yellow areas on this, right? Yellow areas being like if price tags this, like there's like a high amount of liquidations right here. People will be forced to close. So like these are potential levels where price might come up and potential like a swing fail pattern or something to that effect, or like some kind of like shadow reversal pattern there. Also, like there are like bear divs right now, like from this high to this. Whoops. And and that's this high here to this. So literally any bounce, if we bounce here or here or here, like any of these, like they're gonna be printing divs obviously, right? So we're like kind of we're anticipating it, front running it. Because that's going to be there regardless, right? The way this is postured, if it keeps going up, it's just going to go higher on this side. Sometimes you got to anticipate some things, yeah. And also, like, you know, you can also be watching the lower time frames. Because like this is obviously like a larger divergence, but then you can be watching for like the smaller time frame ones that are forming over here. So you have like a low time frame divergence with a higher time frame divergence. You know. Sprinkle some math in there, and I'm quite likely to see a bounce. Which means you are quite likely to be afforded the opportunity to get out break even. Anyway, so far looks like looks like we're retesting it, yeah. thing I don't like, but I wish we had grabbed this single print, because like now this is still kind of like a possibility. But let's not be too nitpicky about it, yeah? Don't need this either. I'm deciding what I want to do with the rest of my short right now, because we could close some more here, right, on this break, just to be safe. And the question is, what do we want to do with the remainder? Like, do I shave again if we lose this? Interesting. I gotta decide what I want to do with the remainder of this. S&P is about to reclaim its VWAP as well. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I'm so dumb. I was looking at frickin'... I'm so dumb. I had the wrong chart open. I had the wrong chart open. I'm thinking if I want to potentially, like, you know, we don't only have the option of closing out some of our short here, right? If we think it's going higher, but we also have the possibility of adding back to it if it looks like it's going to go lower. So I'm just kind of seeing what kind of potential bearish edge might be right now. See if there's like a lot of longs opening here near the top, etc., etc. Yeah, interesting. I'm also deciding if I want to close it all, because lately what I've been doing is when I'm in a trade, and it hasn't hit my next target, I'll just draw a fib, In this case, it's this one. And I just start closing out as we start retracing back. I close some here, and then usually close the full thing here, so I don't like end up round tripping a bunch of the trade. The logic being that if we're losing these retracement levels, then we're probably going to come to like the golden pocket for like almost certainly. At which case I can then decide, do I want to get in a short again or not? Probably should do regardless. Yeah, probably should do regardless, I suppose. Yeah, if we had market smashed this along, by the way, we would have been chilling right now. We got an entry and it would have ran enough for us to get our stop like break even. Probably would have even avoided this move down so far. Maybe not. Bum 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 bum. That is okay though. We still get in right. In the world where that didn't happen, then we would be sitting here crying. Fuck. Fuck. Bum 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 bum. Fuck. Place is almost done. Why are these like YouTube emotes so strange? How do I maximize this? There's a lot of them. What the hell? Interesting. Oh, interesting. I can start like a cute question and answer and a poll and whatnot. Interesting. I can make a poll. I can collect data from the chat. Interesting. That's actually kind of funny. I'm very. If I start getting like a decent amount of viewers, enough to have kind of like a somewhat of statistical significance, I'm gonna play with these polls for the lulz. Do you guys think it's going higher? It's like 80%. Yeah, and then price just fucking nukes. I'd be lulling. Get my lulz in. Bum 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 bum. It's a pretty chill song like this. Bum bum bum. I miss watching like the extremely low time frames, paying attention to what's going on here right now. Same with S&P, same with Nasdaq. Probably look at the order flow too, yeah? See what's going on right now. Are there any shooters in the order book? The S&P looks like it's losing the VWAP, right? And it never reclaimed the daily VWAP. And Bitcoin's doing like one of these kind of like one of these typical things on like the lowest of time frames potentially. Are seeing a lot of volume though, so this might get broken. We're pretty close to these leverage or these like liquidations, so we'll see. I'm getting ready to close out this short. If we like start to like pump through here. And the long, right? The long. The long. Potential long. I really want to set up my other monitor. I've been using it for like the past like month and a half, and now that I'm using this setup, I miss it. I miss it. Very noticeable in terms of what's it called, being able to trade on it. And I want another one. I want another one. One thing is I don't know if my computer can handle it. I might have to buy a 5090 or something. Actually, let me make sure I look that up tomorrow. I might have to buy a 50. I might just get a whole new computer then, to be honest. I just sell this one and just build another one. Which one? The Samsung 57-inch 8K monitor. I think it's technically it's two 4K monitors, ultra widescreen. But yeah, very large difference because my main monitor is like it's like a gaming monitor, like 1440p, like 360 hertz, like G-Sync, blah blah blah, whatever it's called. What's the thing called? I think it's called G-Sync, right? I don't remember now. Yeah. So it's got everything, right? Maxed out nerd monitor. And the other two ones are like equivalent but lower refresh rate. But the other one's higher, right? So it's 4K and it's multiple two of them. The only thing is that the thing about that monitor that I noticed right away is that like if you're not sitting like at the right angle, the colors are like washed out almost. You're like looking at it from a certain like perfect horizontal level, or else they get like washed out. I guess perhaps I don't know if it's like it's just like a poorly designed monitor, or if that, or all the widescreens are like that, and just kind of like a symptom of being an ultra widescreen monitor. S&P's blasting through the VWAP right now as well. Yeah, it looks like everything's pumping pretty hard right now. Okay, so we're definitely chilling on this long entry. Just closed my short as well. So we'll look to get back into the short. We're gonna reverse here and ride this bitch back down. 30-minute candle close coming in a few minutes. And yeah, my long is going, right? Stop loss break even, we'll see what happens. And if that gets tagged, but we might even get back in if it just starts going again. So we are chilling, we are chilling. God damn. Yeah, this protein bar. Oh, so shout out to this random VWAP that we just put on like 20 minutes ago. Just fucking bouncing at it perfectly. Math. Papi chulo. Papi chulo. Nice. Nice. I mean, we talked about this, right? Talked about I think it was one of the first things I talked about when I started the stream. Potential to get in the. Yeah, one that other guy asked about the breakout. It was at 9:20, so an hour ago. Talked about this an hour ago. Before that, because that guy asked after we had talked about it. But this is what we were looking for, yeah. And then get a retest, and then break of that. Here we are. Here we are. I'm shifting a little here, by the way. A little. right? Ensuring some juice. Ensuring some juice. Think this is a joke? Think I'm risking round tripping some of this? Are you fucking nuts? It's almost the weekend. I can't wait. Oh my god. I'm gonna sleep like a fucking baby. Don't need this anymore. For now, at least. Yeah, I also gotta make sure I backtest because I was watching an interview with some like professional trader, some guy who wins like the Robbins Cup regularly. I'm not sure like how prestigious of a tournament, like a competition that is or whatever, but he's still winning it regularly. And he was talking about how he trades like extremely low time frame charts, like, even like tick charts. So I'm gonna play around with that and get a vibe for what he means. Because in regards to the low time frames, I think it's fucking comical when people say the 1 minute is like not useful. Fucking comedy. I'm laughing at you. If I hear that, it tells me you're a fucking noob. That's what I fucking hear. Because there is data that you derive from those low time frame charts that cannot be derived any other way. So if someone says that it's like useless, like how do you know you're a bot? NPC IRL. So I'm curious how the tick ones look. Well, I don't know if TradingView can like even supports that kind of like data feed. Like, yeah, they have tick charts, but like, I was gonna say you have to like upgrade it. Okay, makes sense. How much is it? Don't I already have this? What did it say? Where's the expert tier? There's essential, plus, and premium. Oh, it's this one. It's under professional. Well, that's not that bad. It says that the tick chart is in beta for this though. I wonder if there must be like a better version somewhere else. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. I'm so tired. Tired, my throat hurts. Can't even think.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. You look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters. The very minds of the people we are trying to save. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the woman in the red dress?
Paying attention. I can't talk right now. I can't talk about nothing. Well, if you guys aren't asking or gonna, I don't even know if anyone's been watching, but if there is and no one's saying anything, I'm just too gotta pay attention to the data for real right now. I'm like entering and exiting both longs and shorts at the same time, existing and new positions. So don't mind me as I nerd out for a little bit. God damn. God damn. Okay, I think we can chill for a sec. There's a big cell wall up here, so. Our stop on this long is about to get tagged, so I'll have to be looking to get back into this thing potentially. I haven't got it yet though, so we will see. So we'll set an alarm here for now, so we don't have to keep looking at this. Because there are people opening some shorts here, and on like the lower time frames there's like a bunch of bull divs, right? So you guys are like kind of risking getting trapped right now. Boom, 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 boom. We have seen some spot selling as well, right? Boom, 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 boom. Some aggressive spot selling up here. Thing is that I didn't get in the short yet. I'm not gonna get into the short yet before we like at least tag this stuff. So potentially we may have missed the short here, but we'll see. And the stop loss is within $100 of the price right now. So this long might get stopped out right here. That's okay. We can get back in if we do. If it reverses. Right now we are at break even. It sucks that we didn't hit the TP though. I had a TP to right here. I wouldn't be able to be a lot more flexible with my stop loss in that case. Like right now, if we come and do like this little bang and go, I could have avoided that if we had tagged this. But so far we're still hanging in there, so don't have to worry about it too much. I'm seeing what the options data is looking like, but I mean it's all not gonna be particularly fresh. Interesting. Do you? Do you? Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, make sure I'm first and foremost before anything trading, right? Not yapping about whatever, answering whatever, none of that. Respectfully. Respectfully. Yeah, I was thinking back to yesterday because I remember I had missed this potential yesterday. I was yapping about something, but then it didn't end up being a big deal. Didn't miss anything. Damn. $30 away from making my stop loss. I'll have to be ready to get back in if we keep going up and it gets tagged. We'll know pretty soon here, so. Bum, 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 bum. That just sucks when that first shade missing so bad. Damn. Damn. Interesting. Okay. Also, wow, sentiment on Ethereum is in the fucking gutter, by the way. The sentiment data on Ethereum right now is quite fascinating. I'm very curious to see how that resolves. That's in the sense of having the data point of how all that stuff correlates. Also, maybe paying attention to the bond market, yeah. We've seen some pretty aggressive climbs over there. Unusually aggressive. And the targets. I think my thing just got yeah? Yeah, it did. Okay, we're ready to chase it. We'll see. See, this exact situation. Do you know how many times this happens? And if you shave, you're chilling. You avoid the pink. But that's what I mean when I say the math, right? So the math gets you. The math gets you. That is the price you pay for not shaving. If you want to be able to have the afforded the ability to get a break even with your fees covered. Alternatively, could have just left the stop here, right? At that point, we're losing money. And I don't know about you, but I like to play the game for fucking free. Play that shit for free. Oh Oh yeah, but in terms of the targets, I'm just thinking because I need to like consider getting back in, right? I did get stopped in that, so I do need to kind of watch to get back in. Quick time targets. Right here for the short, right immediately. Right here for the long immediately. And then up here. And for the short, probably here realistically. The next one. Okay, we'll worry about one level at a time, right? Obviously, there's more targets than both directions, but we'll just worry about the immediate targets, because it's never not guaranteed to go past that, if we even go there. So let's not worry too much about that. Just make sure we secure some juice immediately right away once we're in, right? Let the rest of it bang. Bum 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 bum. I think 3-minute candle close soon. How's that looking? I mean, if bulls are going to hold, it should be around here, yeah? Want to see this level hold? Just in terms of the math, right? A 0.5 and a golden pocket confluencing together. Oh, so this is where the single print was. I'm just gonna back test it and then go. Cause I didn't get in the short yet, but like I will consider it if like, this gets lost, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I wanna go get water and take a piss, but like, in the middle of a game right now. Can't go AFK. Don't need that, don't need this. Also potential to re-enter the long if we come to retest this, right? If this doesn't hold. Because at the end of the day we haven't like really retested it yet on like a more meaningful time frame. We'll see, we'll see. Like we got stopped here obviously because of the order book, that one person in the order book. But usually that's like a symptom of just money entering the market at that moment in time plus the dude in the book or whoever it is, right? So usually if you get back up there again, you know they want the fucking smoke in general, the market, right? You're getting tested repeatedly over time. That means like over a longer period of time, money's continually coming onto one side. But, I don't think that guy is gonna survive a second time, if he even keeps the thing there. I'm curious if this thing copyright. How do I check? Is it even possible? Can't tell. What the hell? Wow, has anyone seen this? The helicopter like fell apart, flying over a river. What the hell? What the fuck? I just watched. I'm never taking one of those. The helicopter thing? Yeah, that's fucking crazy. What the hell? I'd be yeah. For the mechanics of the helicopter, I'm not sure because I'm picturing. Suppose you have a failure in a helicopter. Usually, like, I mean, can you? Is it high enough to be able to parachute out? I'm not sure what the minimum height requirement is to be able to like effectively parachute. Maybe it's relatively low. Not only that, but like the potential of like. Never mind. I also don't look up if, like, I'm assuming everyone died in that. Yeah, 6 people. Damn, RIP. RIP. You need typically a minimum of 2,000 feet, it says. 600 meters. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about, like the rotor blades. Like, is there a chance that... Like, imagine you can jump and then pull it and you don't have to worry about it, but like... I don't know. I'm not a parachuting expert. I guess the next question would be like, do helicopters typically fly that high? Let's pay attention to this thingy. Okay, we're chilling.
Put the in blue. Crept up, hit him with two who smacked him, got the whole city confused. Messed up gooch. Tie up the boots, roll up and eliminate youths. It looks good on the net, you pussy. Live in the flesh, your niggas on suits. They got ball, gassed up by assassin till he heard fucking slap him. No one can level my badness, he can't be.
Interesting. A family from Spain was in that helicopter. Damn. I'm from Spain. Damn.
We do walk out, so we drive by spray. He got bored up, 10 weeks what I gave, and I'm craving. Patching me fat, we on staying. Swinging the swords, I do my chores, and I boot off the door if I can't find a way in. Side of my turn into back, not patience.
Anyway, TLDR, what I'm reading with these helicopters, seems that... I guess I have one more question to resolve. Seems like most helicopters, or at least like typical like civilian ones, don't fly at the minimum height required for parachuting. Now, I'm just unsure why that is, why that height is the requirement. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, interesting. Makes sense. So apparently the time it takes to open the parachute itself initially is like 3 to 5 seconds, and you can use like a good amount of height on that. Then you need to like stabilize yourself, which makes sense. And then you need time for like, to deploy the extra chute if first one fails. Interesting. And clearly never been skydiving, so we just got the quick TLDR on that one. By the way, if this trade ends up being like the bottom for this long, you're gonna fucking laugh at what I got to show you. Literally pixel perfect fucking fill on this bitch. Look at this. Look at this. I'm zooming in because it's so damn pixel perfect. No, that's the wick. This is 213. This is 210. This is like a 4 cents range, and that's the wick. That's my fucking fill. But bing, but bing, got him, got him, got him. I got that ass. But bing. Anyways, let's not get too carried away getting our lulls in. Let me reset the chart. I had to zoom in so damn much for that. Ba-bing, ba-bing, ba-bing. While reading about helicopters. Might fucking work, man. Light fucking work. We'll see, right? Have to make sure it now survives the entry. Because we did get stuff out in the first one. Okay. Okay, we got time to get some water now, yeah? Chance to breathe, relax. Okay. Let's check up on this data real quick. Gold's still going. I'm just saying how often gold like has like runs like this, right? And how long they go on for. Just to get a feel. That means it's not the full chart. Interesting. So I mean, like these kind of RSI reads kind of look pretty toppy, yeah. I mean, I guess we're not there yet. We are diverging though. Yeah, it seems like every time like the gold hits this RSI, it takes like one sell off, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's not even there. Okay, we'll exclude that. So this is 6. Yeah, like literally like every single fucking time. Interesting little. That's an interesting data point, right? Interesting data point. Just collecting data live with my eyeballs. I had to eat. Any updates? You were here earlier, right? You asked about XRP, and that was at 9. I mean, I'm assuming that's when you left. I don't know, but so that was 2 hours ago. Happened in the past 2 hours. Yeah, waiting to see if this held, right? Waiting to see if this thing formed so a little bit of a failed auction. Then it kind of retested it. Now it's going. And I got I took a long earlier one, or was it? Yeah, this one, right? Then it came back and stopped me out, and I got in again with a fucking pixel perfect fucking entry. Literally fucking pixel perfect. This shit happens rarely. Just checking in, Samir. Dude, you're gonna laugh when I show you this. Let me whip it up because this person was just asking as well. Oh, I'll just fucking get the thing. My entry. This is like a 4 cent price range. This is my fucking entry on the 1 minute. Literally pixel perfect. What the fuck? This is why streaming is fun. So this is one thing I like with streaming. Just being able to fucking like have these like random ass fucking when this random shit happens, motherfuckers can see what I'm talking about. What the fuck is that? Like, I'm pretty sure it has to do with some way that like like the exchange does the orders, right? Because sometimes it seems like when you're watching the candle on the lowest of low time frames, it like jumps to that like where your order is. So I'm assuming that me and the person that was like brought the wick down lower. I'm not sure. I'm speculating. I don't work here. I've never programmed any kind of like market maker middleman algorithm, but I'm assuming it goes there to grab like the order and capitalize on the bid ask, because that is a few cents of a difference, so that's usually what's likely to happen, I'd imagine. So I mean, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. But that's some good karma. You know what? Getting that entry was some good fucking karma, because I got in here earlier, right? And I managed my risk. I got in earlier, it started going, and I had a TP here. And I was gonna like TP a bit and then set my stop loss down here so I could like get out break even worst case. But we never reached it, so I had to move my stop loss. And I got stopped out eventually. Like my entry was like here somewhere. I got stopped out right here, break even. So that is, you know, karma. Karma for doing the right thing. Rewarded. That's what that is. Took my free roll, lost no money, and then I got right back in the same fucking trade. Now I'm juicing on this bitch. 13 racks in this bitch already on that thing. What do you fucking know? What do you fucking know? Live, and I talked about these trades live, like this whole stream. Talked about all these trades exactly how I was going to take them as I was taking them. I'm looking for a short right now too. I'm going to do the same thing on a short. What you fucking think? Huh. Potentially. I'm considering a short up here. So we'll see. I have a limit at 75.3. Where is that? 75.3. Yeah, I'd be careful with that. I mean, it depends. Like, I don't know how much leverage you're using, or if you're spot buying or what, but I was talking about this earlier. At this level, I'm very suspicious of this level. Very suspicious. Especially if this reverses right now, and we come up and actually get this box first. Especially. But we'll see. We will see. So like the way that I'm looking at it is like this. Like the sequencing matters. Let me delete some of these fibs for now. But I need to kind of be mindful. I'm sure I kept the one for the short. We'll delete the smaller one. Delete this. Let me just yap for a second. Okay, if we came up here yesterday and we had actually like sweep this, I would think this level's not gonna hold for sure, because we're coming up, getting all the people that are in the short for the move down, stopping them, and then making the move, right? And there's no reason to go back up at that point. So like, and everyone has this level in mind right now. Like everyone's watching this level. So I'm thinking this might get fucking blown through, right? And like think about it. Like we held this once, and now we're leading like poor lows again. So like we're gonna, if that sequence of actions does happen, look, we're gonna probably melt down through this whole range if there's some like bad news or something. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I kind of like it, like if we don't grab this first, like let's say we go lower from here and we sweep this, then I'm more confident in it holding. Because then I think we're gonna come back for this right after. But we'll see, right? Like there's no point. Only watch one level above and one level below. Because that's the first step. And thinking past it, there's no point, right? But anyways, what are you saying? I mean, I'm out here ranting to myself. Stop loss is 73.9. Oh, I don't know. I read your thing wrong. I'm stupid. Yeah, I don't know if you want to enter a long from here. I don't know if I'd do that. I don't know if I would do that. If I'm understanding correctly. That seems real suspicious, right? Yeah, I think that's okay, let's think about this. There's a bunch of people to get swept down here, right? Like the liquidity on top of this box. This is not just some random red box like the typical ones, right? This is like a multi-month, multi-billion fucking dollar liquidation. Billions of dollars are getting fucking wrecked right here. Right? So if we retrace all of this price action, right? We retrace to the 886. Do you think we're holding it for a third fucking time? 1, 2, and the third? Obviously they want the fucking smoke down here, right? Especially if we don't sweep this. If they bully us down again from here without grabbing this box, right? What probability do you give this holding?
So shop us first, shop us often.
And your stop loss is at 73.9. So it's like it's at the very beginning of like the liquidations, right? When the price gets into this area, it's gonna like do one of these like ridiculous like like 1 minute candle where just people get fucking wrecked. So like this whole thing's gonna get got mostly, unless there's like massive buy walls in the order book, massive buy walls to like try and like hold off that dent. I mean, obviously you have to see the data when we get to this area, but like this trade, like the idea of it is, in my opinion, not a very good trade, right? I talked about it earlier. This kind of zone right here, I think it was, This is like a must-hold zone for bulls, right? If you drop below this area, like it's like this is like the line in the fucking sand. It just gets lost, like, because most people are thinking the way I am, right? Like, who wants to get in a long at that point where we just lost the fucking golden pocket with these massive liquidations right here? I'm not taking that long, and I'm sure other people aren't either. So like, and that's when the bullying gets even more intense. And like, and usually in general, like, limit orders, we want to try and avoid them as much as possible, right? Because you just want to be deciding, like, or at least for the way I trade. So I guess take this all with a grain of salt, right? Because other people don't do what I'm talking about, and they're just fine as well. But I like to be here in the moment and see like data in the moment. Because a lot can change from where we are in price right now to down here. Like suppose that on the way down you're seeing, I don't know. Like okay, like let's say this is price action does this, and then we're plotting open long positions, and it's doing this. So on the way down, longs are opening and they're getting like dragged under more and more. Like they're going down with the sinking ship, right? Then it makes it even less probable that you want to take that. So you want to kind of want to balance. You want to get a feel for that kind of stuff. Because at the same time, like seeing longs open is also not bad, right? It means that the long side is starting to build up a position. So you kind of have to gauge like the ratio, right? You gotta do some math in your head. Is there a way to see those fat buy walls? You can use like Bookmap, Trading Light. I'm sure there's other ones as well. Maybe there's like free ones. So I can see like this, right? So like this guy's got like 400, or not, like this could be like an aggregation of people, but at this price, there's like 500 Bitcoin in like the order book, right? Waiting to be sold. So like earlier, like when we reversed from up here, like that's what happened on the 1 minute. Like there was aggressive buying going on, right? Obviously that's why price was increasing. But then like it wasn't enough to like finish that stack, that order in the book. And eventually kind of the buying power kind of just dried up a bit. And now we're coming back again, so we'll see. I think S&P is moving as well, which is a good thing. But we are doing like a bit, like we're doing one of these, right? Right now, I might potentially take a short here soon. So we're doing one of these, potentially. Like right at this level. So we'll see. Potential to get in there as well. And also it's PPI tomorrow.
If you're a pro that paints, the real question is how much are you paying per gallon? Get everyday low prices.
So another day of market moving data. Especially in the way that things are currently looking. Because like usually the producer inflation like leads the consumer. Usually, I mean I think it's always. Don't quote me on that, but it like leads the consumer side, right? First like the producer feels it, then the consumer. So today we saw like a drop in the consumer one, but suppose that the producer one is seeing a spike. Potentially alarming to some people. If I'm a whale and I open a long here and put a big buy wall 1 to 2k above my long, I'm chilling. You mean above or below? I think you mean below. Like to defend your stop loss or something? Like to, I'm assuming you mean like defend your stop loss or something to that nature. I mean, regardless of what you mean, like, it's not simple just saying put a big buy wall. Because, like, that is not... Think about what you're describing. Okay, I open a long here. And this long has, like, X amount of dollars. And then I open a massive order to buy like Y amount of dollars. So now not only am I investing this money, but I'm investing all this money too, right? Just to try and defend this. And then what if it rolls over? Like people, you know, letting the bears roll up with fucking Louis bags full of racks. Saudi oil prince pulls up and starts dumping on your ass. Are you just gonna lose all this fucking money? I mean, perhaps there are some strategies based around that, but there's no free lunches, right? No free lunches. Nothing is ever as simple as it seems. You know, this trading has been around for hundreds of years, right? If not longer. People have been trading things for a very long time, just in general, humanity. So a lot of thought gone onto it, and any kind of trick people can think of has also been tried out usually. Like typically like a pro and con to everything at this point. I'm trying to think, like, suppose you were I'm trying to think of a way where that would be like a way to like root to work, right? You have to be like a group of people with a lot of money, so much so that this position is so big, this X position, that Y is only a small percentage of this, and it's enough to hold off like any realistic like 5,000 plus selling worth of pressure kind of thing. Because you rarely see fucking orders that big, right? Like in that screenshot I showed you, it's very rare you see like more than 1,000. But you do see them, right? There's times when there's like multiple thousand Bitcoin. That's when the whales come out to play. Money or supply. But the thing about the supply thing though is like you have to realize that, okay, like market cap is, it's like a synthetic number, right? It's just like the price of the last transaction times the supply. But that's not accounting for like gaps in the order book. So if you control a lot of the supply on those kind of coins, when you try to go like offload your bags, you're gonna lose a lot of money. You're gonna lose a lot of money because you have most of the supply. Who's buying it from you? If you have 90% of the market cap of a $200 million coin, like, you need $200 million worth of counterparty to buy it off you. Very rare that's the case. Like, let's just go look at the daily volume on some of these things. Bitcoin itself has 40, what is this? 40 billion, okay, damn. Okay, let's go find one of these lower market cap coins. 200 mil. Yeah, so these things have like 60 mil daily volume, 6 million daily volume, 3 million daily volume. Like very low daily volume. So how are you gonna try, like imagine you're trying to get 200 mil out of the market when only 4 million a day gets transacted. And every time you try and sell, you're the one that's clearing the order book. Yeah, but I mean, anyways, like there's definitely. I can only imagine how much fucking grifting there is, being like a social media influencer who's like shilling these coins and dumping on the release. I can only fucking imagine. Because like if you understand that dilemma and you just dumping early, you don't have to worry about that, right? You're dumping into like the initial fucking hype mindshare when people are still buying it, right? That's another thing. People are so like, from my time of sitting on Twitter reading stuff, like everyone's so into like holding things, holding a bunch of cryptos like forever. Trying to like 100x it or something. That's not worth it at all, and incredibly high risk. You can multiply one bag 100x if you're like really lucky, or you can multiply a bag like 5x and then multiply that 5x, multiply that 5x, multiply that. You know what I mean? Like. Yeah, there's definitely some. For sure, I know for sure there's a lot of fucking grifters just because just having like their posts suggested to me, like reading through some of that shit, just showing like the most garbage like 10 mil, 20 mil market cap coins like regularly. For sure, people are dumping on these people, especially because like they'll post like their TA on like while shilling garbage, right? So that's their time on Twitter, is A, shilling garbage and dumping on people, and B, posting their TA, right? Technical analysis. And they'll have like a fucking just like a fucking blank chart with like one fucking line. Like let me find like a clean chart. Like none of this, none of this. Just nothing, right? And they post this. They're like, yo, strong buy, bro. This chart's about to bounce, bro. Comedy. It's about to do 20x from here, yo. Comedy. This trade's at going, by the way, still. So let's kind of stop trolling. Look at these charts again. Because I'm about to shave some here. I do need to consider getting it into a short as well. Because we already know there's divs on this side, right? There's already the larger div stats for sure. So now if we start to make them over here in the lower time frame, we're at that big wall again, right? They're back at it again, fighting at that big wall. Okay, don't need this either. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, you are crazy, my boy. That limit order was sounding crazy. Imagine we end up coming down and doing that exact order you talked about perfectly. Just ba-bing. It is possible. It is possible. Could be like forming like a potential, like a little bit of like a consolidation. Something like that. The thing, right? Like there's definitely a world where it does happen. Not completely out of the question. Nothing is ever out of the question. So it's more so like kind of assessing the probability. You know, how likely or unlikely it is. Which is why having the data in the moment helps, right? It's one thing to talk about it, but it's another thing when you're actually down here seeing what's really going on in the game. Because if you get down here and you see that there's like there is the massive buy walls and there is the CVDs like spiking to the fucking Valhalla, right? Just flying up. Shit ton of longs opening as well, and they open like at the bottom, like on the sweep. And like S&P's pumping, like blah blah blah, right? Like all the other confluence. Then you know, all of a sudden this becomes a realistic trade. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Just very suspicious, that's all. Very suspicious. In terms of like not using any other data, right? Just kind of looking at a naked chart and thinking about it and the math. Bum, 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 bum. That's the thing. Another thing to really think about, right? Some food for thought. There really is no fucking right or wrong, right? There's no right or wrong. Okay, it just can you read the data in the moment and decide, right, if the plan that you had in mind is gonna work or not. For forming one of these, interesting. You know, the thing that you should put in your notes about that is it's the limit thing. It's putting the limit order there. It's not as much the idea of the trade itself. Like just having a limit set there way in advance. A little crazy. Unless you're doing some like long-term spot buy. But if you're like leverage trading with like limits that far ahead, unless you're like trading the higher time frame, which in this case is you're not really, right? What was the trade? From here, and the target is 78 or something, you said? Yeah. So it's not a particularly large move. If you're like leverage trading on the daily, or like, you know, those kind of time frames, then yeah, maybe limits are a bit more viable that far ahead. Even then, I don't know, even then. Even then, I don't know. I'm trying to think how often do I personally use limits, like ahead of time. It's usually the only one I'm doing like spot stuff. Like obviously I use like limit orders when I'm trading, but like they're not ahead of time. Like I'm like setting them like in the moment kind of thing. Or I try to at least. Hopefully like, they don't always get filled, but. Spot 95, perp 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess personal preference. Me personally, I don't. The thing about spots is you can only play half the game, right? There's no way to really like capitalize on the downside unless you're using some other kind of like derivative instrument. So I like to have a little bit more money to trade with, so I can play the full game. I have the full DLC enabled. And gold, yeah. I mean, I was talking about gold earlier. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Personally, there's something that was always a little. Like buying something at the all-time high, and it's not a break, especially at this point. Like, okay, sure, maybe if you got the breakout of the all-time high, it'd be like one thing, I suppose. Like once it's already running, like you're too late. Like right, it's too late. You miss a trade, it's okay. There are other things that are gonna do the same fucking thing. So do you really want to risk being a fucking bag holder just to get in something that's already ran non-stop? Huge liquidation at 852. Yeah. Had this box here for fucking days. Of course there is. You got circled and everything. I already got this bitch. What do you think the circle is for? It's really a fucking scope. That's what this is. Got this bitch in mind already. How's this order book looking? Is this guy done with yet or what? Still sitting there. Jesus. Haven't even dented it either. It's still sitting like relatively unscathed. There's not a lot of volume right now. During the day, that shit, you're getting ran through quick. How did I know? Okay, well, like, if we just look at a naked chart, you should be able, you should be able to see it in your mind, if that makes sense. Like a heat map, you should be able to like see it in your mind, right? Because you can see the areas that aren't like swept. Like, let's put on a clean chart. Like you can see that this is like, right? Has not been clean. Let's turn some of this off. Like this, right? Maybe here as well. Especially if people are trading on like closes or whatnot, or have like they're using ATR. Because some people use like the ATR for their stops, right? Like not everyone just sets their stop at the exact structure. A lot of people anticipate a little sweep and they enter the trades with their stop loss like further back to account for like volatility to some extent. So like these liquidation zones, it's why they're like there's zones, right? They're not like just one specific line in the fucking sand. Like it's to account for everybody's like variance. But anyways, the point is that these areas, like you can tell, right? Like they're just like slanted, untapped areas where there's probably stop losses, and that's usually where the heat map is, right? So now, like, let's just kind of look at this. And there's some here. And like this is, in this case, this is the 85 one, and there's like two clusters of them right next to each other, so it's even bigger. So like, you should be able to do this like kind of like in your head, right? Like areas above these slants are usually where there's a bunch of like stop losses aggregated, or there's orders sitting there because people are expecting that to get swept at some point, and they're trying to get filled. So that's kind of like the fundamental way of doing it, which there is also data, right? You can just look at a heat map. Let me just find one for you. And this is free, for example. Like you can pay for heat maps to have them on like alts. But if you just want to use Bitcoin, like you can use a free one. But this is 85, right? 85, and then there's one up here. And without even looking, I already know there's one at 95. At 95, because the one in 95 I've been talking about for like over a fucking month. And there's one above that as well. So. And usually the other way to kind of like do it with a naked chart is also the time, right? The time frame that move occurred on, and how long it's been since it's been swept, and how we like came near it and then not swept it. Because then there's even more building up over time and they get bigger. Why haven't we swept already? Because market moves level to level, right? We think there's like some guy just sitting there in his office and he's like, yo, sweep the 85 level, and just fucking puts the phone down and chart just fucking flies to 85 or something. Like, there's really fucking like millions of people playing this game at the same time, and then a lot of them have a shit ton of fucking money. So whatever the most money decides to do, that's what's fucking happening, whether you like it or not. Like yeah, you know, I was expecting this sweep yesterday, right? Or like talking about this is what I was talking about yesterday, the potential for the sweep on like the CPI stuff, and ended up just being a little like swing fail, and then it would lower the rest of the day. By the way. Bum. The thing is, like, these also change over time. Remember, like, this is not like a static thing, because like yes, there are like liquidations that are in this or like in the zone, but like as the price goes lower and whatnot, like people close out their positions, right? Not everyone just leaves their trade open, just waiting to get fucking liquidated with their stop over here, or wherever the place may be on the chart. So these things like change over time. The argument is that if it is touched 3 times and failed, what makes you bid at this time it will pass? Or do we wait till it to sweep and long the retest? If what has been touched 3 times and failed. Well, like first and foremost, like imagine you're doing, okay, like this is like a range, right? And like it's like you over here. I don't know why you drew it like that, but you know, just one person here and one person here, and we're having like a fucking pushing match. We're pushing each other, right? Max effort, and we're plotting the result of that battle, and the battle is this, right? I've pushed you down and I keep pushing you down. You can't push me back. And like the only reason that you're holding this is because like there's just people supporting like the move in the order book. But sooner or later that's not the case, right? It's not unlimited money. And every single time you come in, you're like chewing away at the wall. So the more it gets hit, the less of a wall there is. And if there's no one market buying, right? To push the people back, because like there's two type of orders, right? There's like market entries and there's limit entries, and like you need the market entries to have some aggression, right? So if there's no one aggressively buying, you're not gonna push back. You're not gonna push back. So like, this is clearly a sign that there's no aggressive buying over and over and over. But it's not guaranteed either. It's not guaranteed, right? Like I think there are some stats associated with this stuff. In terms of like if you're just doing like technical analysis, like I think it's like after 3 taps, like the probability was going to break, which I guess like makes sense, right? At some point it is, if you just were to tap it infinitely, each tap the probability increases of breaking, right? So logically it makes sense. What the actual numbers are, I don't know. I'd probably do it based on the actual data. I'd just be looking at what the actual order book value is and how much we're taking away as it's being dug at, right? So we do have data for this. You don't have to just fucking sit and think and make up numbers. You can actually just see exactly what the values are, how quickly they're changing, etc. Yeah, and you know, nothing is guaranteed, right? That is a risk you take trying to get in down there. If you're trying to open a short at the bottom of the range aggressively, that's risky. Ideally, you're opening shorts at the top. So if you're opening at the very bottom, you're really hoping you break whatever level that is. Very aggressive. I'm waiting to see what happens here, because like I want to take a short here, potentially, right? If we get an opportunity. But this person in the order book. This guy in the order book. Whatever, we'll just trust the math for now, right? Just have some faith in the math. Not worry about it too much. We are like reclaiming this VWAP level, 5.8, EQ, blah 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 blah, right? Doing one of these, so a little bit more math thrown in there, why not? If you want to even have some more math, like it's this level with a node. Whoops. I'm just thinking about this entering the short. I don't know if I'm gonna want to enter before up here. Potentially like a bearish retest of this later on. If we even get there. Interesting. I gotta set up my monitor. I gotta get another one because I'm craving it like a little crack addict. All that screen real estate, I'm craving it. I also have to research. I have a 4090. But I don't know if I can run two of those things. I might have to get a 5090. In which case I'm just gonna get a whole new computer probably. Because I think that the display port in this is not the newest one, and because of that, it is not compatible at the max refresh rate. MacBook 2024. I have that one. I have like the fucking whatever, like the best one you can buy, like Max Pro or whatever it is. I don't even know. But yeah, I got one like relatively recently. It doesn't do 240 hertz, or at least not. Like maybe I need some special cable. And it also has to be plugged in to do it, which I thought was interesting. At first, I was trying to do it without the power source in, and the monitor wasn't working properly. The max resolution was like 5K or some weird 4K resolution, or that wasn't 4K. And I couldn't figure out why. I'm googling it and blah 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 blah, and it turned out I just had to have it plugged in. But anyways, yeah. So like if it can't even run one without being like add a power source, etc., I don't know if I can do two. Especially when one is already at half the refresh rate. Like I'm used to using like 360 refresh rate. This monitor is so smooth. Like I don't know how it looks on stream, but when I'm like moving around these charts, like you can see it like clearly, right? There's no like weird ghosting or anything. So even though like that G7 one is not as high as this, I'd like it as high as possible because it is noticeable difference, at least for me. As a nerd, right? The guy might have moved his wall, looks like, yeah? We're just seeing a hella aggressive buying right now as well. Look, this guy ran over. Goddamn. Goddamn. The floodgates have broken. Okay, so we're getting a little shaved right here. So we're guaranteeing we get some juice out of this trade now. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know if that MacBook was worth it though, to be honest. That's the other thing. I was kind of considering, like, I was expecting that thing to be incredible. Like I'm buying a brand new like laptop, just came out, because the one I had before that was the one I had from my job. Like my old job, like they sold me one. But I think it was like 2023 perhaps, or 2022, I don't remember now. But anyways, I was expecting to see like a huge upgrade. Especially because the one that I bought is like the better one than the one I had at work. And then, yeah, not that good. Like it's like struggles to run some things I'm using it for. Yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. Cause I was fucking using like huge amounts of like my account capital. Fucking $100, I don't give a fuck. But the thing is, like, I was trading correctly. Like this is what I'm like trying to like preach to people. Like, where was it? Where was the original? Okay, I took a long here earlier. Yes. I took a long attempt here earlier, and I got out with $0 lost and fees covered. Right? I do that every fucking trade. Every fucking trade. I manage my risk every fucking trade. That's not a fucking joke. That's what people need to be fucking doing. That's what people need to be fucking doing. Because I'm just losing fucking money. So, can you do the right thing every time, whether you like it or not? That's the question. Because the thing about the logic of it, if imagine I didn't do that, and I entered wherever, and I kept my stop here, and then we do this, we didn't reach my TP, and I'm just in the trade kind of waiting to see what happens, ends up going lower and I lose. Like, first of all, I just let a trade that was in profit fucking become a loss. What? Like, what? First of all. It's like, I'm all like, why? Why did I do that? When I can just get back in the fucking trade like I did, right? I have the option to decide again based on what the data is looking like. Most people don't fucking do that. Like, I'm not joking when you say it. It's very fucking rare that I have red trades. Very fucking rare. Like if I had to like, I mean, I don't know how I compare to other people that trade, but I feel like that is probably like something I'm good at. Identifying like pretty good bounce levels based on what the data is looking like in the moment. Because that is what allows me to be able to like play like that. Because you do kind of need that initial move, right? To kind of at least have the opportunity to get break even. Which is why I didn't take this trade earlier, right? Like, okay, there are times when there's this trade set up and I do take the breakout. Or sometimes I'll even fucking front run it. I'll get even lower. Depending on how things are looking. But in this case, I didn't, right? And I got talked about it why earlier, but you know, you have to be able to read the data. It's really it. Read the data and do the right thing every time, whether you like it or not. And then that way you rarely lose money. And that's when you grow your fastest, right? Because you're doing the right thing. Because the other thing is, like, let's say you don't do the right thing every time. Like a lot of people, that's what happens. Like they grow their account, and at some point they just like incur a sequence of bad losses, and you lose a shit ton. You lose a shit ton. And a lot of those losses are avoidable. Anyways, all to say, risk management, right? Risk management number one. Risk management number one, key, most important part. Can't play the game if you have no money, right? First and foremost. So, and the more you lose, the more you're hurting yourself, because it's the snowball, right? It's the snowball effect. The whole point of compounding growth is just that you're fucking growing, right? So like, do you want to grow like this? With the most minimal of gains? Because you're losing like most of it? I think you're slowly going up, or do you want to like do that? This might be it, right? This might be the potential short right here. Right? Sweep the level like in a wedge at the golden pocket. Like as we backtest this level. Potentially. The place is done, yeah. It is. Fuck is this? Interesting. Trying to decide, do I want to take this short here or not? I don't think so. I'm not convinced enough. Because I'm not seeing like a whole lot of like longs opening up here. Like yes, there are some divs, but blah blah blah. Like the reasons I mentioned, it has a potential short, but maybe if we start breaking structure and going lower, then maybe I'll like chase it. But for now, we'll chill. We will chill. Like we're not seeing like spot volume start to decrease or anything like that, or selling off. Same with like derivatives. What is this? 79 to 70. Okay. Yeah, like the other thing is like there's not much like open interest for here. Like yes, there is some, but yeah, seems like we're going higher to me based on what I'm looking at, but we'll see. We'll give it some time. What time is it? 12:20. I don't want to stay up too late. Interesting, gold's having one of those like rounded top things as well. Interesting. I want to see the positioning on gold on, but I don't think any of the things I have show gold positioning. Maybe I'm not looking up the right thing. Cause I'm very curious about how this is looking in terms of like that's what's really gonna tell me if gold's like topping out or not, is how people are positioned. And how they are positioning on the way up. Because without that, it's a bit hard to get like a real good feel for it. 30-minute candle coming up here pretty soon. Looking pretty strong, yeah? Also potential to just reverse right here in the last couple of minutes and print a potential swing fail at this liquidity cluster. We shall see. I had stuff to do. Shit, I've been so out of it. I haven't checked this all night. Okay, let's get some of this stuff done real quick. So far looking like a good decision, right, to not try and take that short just yet. Let's see how this stuff is all looking. Need to be watching this on the lower time frame right now. The elections are coming in Canada. No clue. And literally never voted in my life. Probably never will. But yeah, I mean, I suppose is there like a cyclical nature to that? And what am I looking for? What do you mean? I'm looking for in regards to the what? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are seeing an increase in volume here, yeah? As we're starting to see spot volume start to nosedive a little bit. Right? See the CBD starting to nosedive on Coinbase and Binance. Elections though, yeah, interesting. I mean, I suppose I don't really know. In regards to like what real differences are going to occur if one wins over the other. So I don't know what the implications of the election are. How often do these happen? I don't even know. Let's research a little bit while we wait to see if we enter this short or not. On the 1 minute. Same things I'm looking for on these charts, right? It's like the same. It's like really self-similar. It's like that's the interesting thing about this stuff, right? It's like the same kind of structures that you see forming that you enter trades on the higher time frames is the same ones on the lower time frames. You're just watching to see if it's happening like exactly at your area of interest. I'm just watching over here because I have like other stuff on my 1 minute chart that I look at. And I also have like the 1 minute open on like multiple different things at once. So I'm gonna feel for if everything's kind of like flowing together or not. Or not. Like for instance, when I got back in this trade, I was like on the 1 minute. On the un minuto. Thing about this is that like these two are kind of doing one of these as well, right? Both potentially. Like Bitcoin is like ahead, like it's already done this whole process, whereas these two are like about to potentially do it. Which kind of like scare me away from this short a little bit, not gonna lie. Else I probably would have considered market smashing here already. Plus, like, the other thing is like the expected move of like one of these wedges is like what? Like here somewhere probably. Which is probably also like the golden pocket. Yeah. So maybe a little bit better to potentially wait for this short. Because right now we are at risk of getting pulled up with S&P if it starts to go up from here. It is also getting late and I want to babysit trades. But I do want to be in a, that's the thing, I want to be in a position for PPI in both directions. Right now I'm no longer in a short. So it would be nice to go to bed with both in profit. I can just go AFK and do nothing and see what happens. You know, there's a world as well where Beatty like really fucking flies as well, right? Like at some point, if we are gonna start to reverse and this is like a macro low, there's a world where we can like really start pumping. Because talking about this box has been here for a while. Look how long these fucking boxes have been here. And they've only grown, and there's only more here now. There's a lot of unswept garbage to the upside. If this trend line breaks in the daily and we start moving, potential train, right? Might fucking run a train over here. What's the point of being in both before CPI? Well, like, let's say it's not so much. It's more so to do with like if you're not in a trade before it starts and then you try and take one as it's occurring. It's like very like you're no longer mathing at that point, right? Because like 1 second, like some algos are going crazy doing one thing, the other one's going crazy doing another, like. And the wicks are just like, right, just like they're golden pocket or whatever. Like, there's none of that. It's just computers going fucking crazy, just doing whatever that they deem to do based on the news. So it's like hard to like position effectively while like minimizing risk. So personally, I'd rather just be in a regular trade before it starts, and then just go from there, right? See what happens. Because if not, you know. Yeah, you're getting risky. Like today, for example, what happened today? Where was that wick? This thingy, this little thing right here. Like I'm sure a lot of people probably like thought this was kind of like a breakout, right? Some kind of like weird head and shoulders or something. And they like enter on the breakout, and then it immediately just went pink, pink in like a minute. And there's a world where like the wick, like it goes up a little bit and it just immediately just nukes. It's hard to predict. You can't predict that shit. Can't predict that shit. That is blessed. What did you work out? I didn't go today. Today's my rest day. I mean, I could have gone, but probably just like kind of do some cardio. But I did want to rest because this week has been so crazy and I haven't been sleeping as well. So like I haven't been like optimizing rest either. So might as well let the body heal a little bit. Push day. What do you do? Push pull legs or something, I suppose. From Muay Thai to swimming. Yeah, I want to do that. I don't like right now. Like I'm in a pretty dedicated gym routine. I go 6 times a week, every day, and I do cardio. And like I'm eating like clean every day, like hitting all macros, etc. But I want to change my routine a bit. I want to do something. It's kind of sport, right? Some kind of like activity that's not just kind of repeating the same muscle building movements, etc. I'm sure there's like a better term for what I'm describing, but like, you know, more mobility based, longevity. So I'm considering doing. It's kind of mixed martial art. I did do karate as a kid, so I'm already somewhat experienced, but I haven't done it as an adult. And swimming is really good too, right? Swimming is really good for all your like stabilizers. Uses so many little muscles that you don't normally use. I cook my own food. Yeah, I mean yeah. But I wouldn't say. There's definitely times where I Uber Eats food, but like I Uber Eats healthy food that I know the macros for. And also like a lot of the meals I make, like you would think I'm like a fucking serial killer or some shit. Like I have no problem eating the same handful of meals over and fucking over, and they're not even like particularly like crazy well made, like flavorful meals, right? Because like to me, I just want to get it over with. It's a waste of time. Cooking is such a waste of time. Cooking and cleaning, like fuck that. I'm probably gonna get like a maid and a chef. I'm probably gonna switch to both, to be honest. There's no reason not to. House will be way cleaner, etc. Support the community. I'm just drawing random lines here just for no fucking reason. But yeah, I do meal prep. That's the thing. It's not like I don't need a maid or a house cleaner, so I don't fucking have them. But because I do meal prep, right? So then the day it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I've tried those. Which one did I try? Like I was dating someone for a bit that had one of these. What was it, like Factor or something? I think the meals weren't particularly big, and I don't think they were that cheap. Let's see. 6 meals a week, $99. What is that? potential our long might get stopped out eventually here. I mean, that's good. That's why we shaved some, right? Good thing that we shaved some, because potentially is the reversal. Always doing it the right thing. Yeah, I have to compare the costs. I don't know. But like the one thing I noticed with the service that I use for that is that the meals aren't particularly big. Like I'm eating usually 2,500 or so, I guess. Like usually 2,500 calories a day, something in that range, depending on what I'm eating on the day. So 500 for like all my main meals is pretty low. That means I have to get like over 1,000 calories, excluding my lunch and dinner. So I like to like, I mean, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. That's the other thing. I just don't care to waste my time looking into that stuff either. Probably should though. You know what I should really do instead of getting a fucking like a maid or anything like that? I should get a fucking assistant. Because there's so many things like that where I just can't be bothered to look into it because I feel like it's a waste of time and I'm doing something else. But it'd be nice to have someone that actually does look into it and kind of gives me like the quick TLDR and organizes it for me. I'm gonna actually look into that. Actually, that'd be quite an interesting thing to have, right? It'd be nice if ChatGPT could do all that as is, some kind of agent. Well, I don't think we're quite there yet. Or I could get a fucking traditional wife. Also in the cards. Traditional wife? So some girls love that. Some girls that is like a dream. Yeah, I wish I could do that. Be like a stay-at-home mom and handle the kind of stuff, those kind of things. But no, because the thing about agents is that yeah, like you can't really trust them too much yet, right? Like, are you gonna trust them to do like pay for something or book something at the right time, exactly how you wanted it, etc. Plus all like the real life tasks. Where are those girls at? They're out there. Definitely out there. Not that uncommon, is it? You know, the funny thing I find about that topic is that there are like women who get mad at the idea of a woman doing that, like as if the other female is not allowed to like decide for herself what she wants to fucking do. You run into that a lot. I find people that's like they take their subjective opinion on something in regards to their gender and then try to act like it's an objective truth to everybody else. And it's like, no, I mean, that's your fucking opinion. I don't know what you're fucking smoking, but whatever it is, send that over here. And then they got like offended and whatnot. What? That would make no sense. This short, I want to figure out what's going on with this short. I don't think I'm gonna be getting this short before I go to bed, to be honest. Unless things start changing around here relatively soon. Interesting. At least on the flip side, good for our long, yeah. If a short isn't really presenting itself, then that means our long's probably going to be a run-in. AKA juice. I'm so hungry. It's almost 1 o'clock. Damn. Other thing else to do, and also gotta finish this other thing. Yeah, my to-do list just keeps growing as I'm doing things all the time. It's endless. Yeah, likewise. I might be calling it a night relatively soon as well. I the lack of sleep overnight, each night is adding up. We're at Friday. Pretty low energy over here. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to be bothered to wait for this short. I might just set the rest of the orders for the long. and call it a night as well. But we'll see. We'll see. But anyways, no, thanks to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you for hanging out in a good routine. Back testing shit, working out, etc. Good habits to have in the long run. I shall see you soon, I suppose. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe just never stream again, disappear. Later, later. Give me the juice to myself. Can you imagine I stopped streaming for a whole year and just one day disappeared again on stream? Like 50 times better than I was when I stopped. Ranked up like crazy. Talking about shit fucking nobody knows. Damn. This guy's a nerd. People will be in disbelief. Yeah, what's up with this, by the way? Fart coin. Yeah, I mean, these meme coins. Some of them that haven't run yet are definitely on my mind. Definitely on my mind. They definitely need to do an altcoin nerd out this weekend. Just to kind of make sure we're prepared if we want to bother. Is it potentially time? Is it time? Is it time? I'm in the short, by the way. I did take that. So I've been quiet, managing my stop. And I'm watching to see if it gets tagged or not. Well, what I'm looking at is the rest of this long. I think we'll leave it for now. We'll leave it for now. It's not got baited out of the long by the lower time frames just yet, but it's just a ways way to go on this candle. We did take the short. See, like it's the same thing. So I'm saying it's the same thing. I got this like 3 drives right here. Right at the level with like a big wick right here, right? At the golden pocket. On like a big volume spike. Then we went lower, broke both these lows. Then came back. And then broke this low. So you like, 1, you could have got in here if you were hella aggressive. 2, could have gotten in with a fib. If you want to be a little less aggressive, if you want to be like even less aggressive, you can take this, right? The breakout. And if you want to be even less aggressive than that, you can potentially wait for one of these. Or even wait to lose this. So lots of ways to play this thing. And that's just from looking at like strictly the chart. We're not even talking about the rest of the data. Bum 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 bum. Okay, we can chill for a bit. We can chill for a bit now. Let's see how these now play out. I'm hoping that we tag this because I will have a TP here. So I can be more flexible with my stop on the short, but haven't gotten it yet. Have not gotten it yet. Looks like we're getting it though. Ba-bing, ba-bing. Okay. Cool. Cool. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Kind of just go AFK now. I want to get some more blueberries. I'm gonna be away for another like hour and a half. Maybe I like hard out at 2. 6 hours of sleep. Good enough. Looks like they're all rolling over a bit now. Okay. No, hit me, fuck. Hit me. Anyways, whatever. Obviously, we have like dips forming on the like the lower time frame. Yeah, it's starting to get overextended, but it doesn't mean that much. The lowest of low time frames. Not read into it too much. I'm gonna go refill the water, take a piss, stretch my legs. Because at this point, we're chilling. We're chilling. We'll just have to wait and see what happens from here. Juice? Potential juice? Out of curiosity. Of curiosity. was that? Interesting. Both types of divergences on this like little sequence of price action that has been forming. Interesting. Spot starting to sell off a bit, but not too much. Definitely have some longs trapped though. But we'll see. We shall see. Only disputes. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I mean, the name is familiar. I don't remember when. But yeah, nice to see you as well. Any trades? Yeah, a lot. I mean, a lot of trades. Kind of to give you a quick TLDR the whole week. We longed the cure, right? Shorted of this. When did we get in a long here? I think we got in a long here, yeah? On like the 5-minute head and shoulders, blah blah blah. I'm just thinking about the short. I don't know. Just watch the stream back. Watch the stream from yesterday or whenever like this chart was being printed at the time. But yeah, like we're on a short up here. I think I got stopped out once trying it here, break even, and then I got in later on again. And now we're working on this sequence of price action. And in regards to that, I took a long attempt here, got stopped out break even, then I got in again here at this low, damn near pixel fucking perfect, by the way. But what's the actual value? I didn't actually check. Yeah, here's a better screenshot actually. This is the wick. My entry's literally not even $1 away from the low. Motherfucking pixel perfect. Well, I have to zoom in. I have a mouse wheel that scrolls infinitely, and I gotta scroll infinitely to find that bitch. But anyways, yeah, we're in that. Just interesting entry in terms of the visual satisfaction, but in terms of the trade itself, not particularly like shaved up here, right? Shaved on this sweep, which so far so good, right? Because looks like we've reversed up so far to a potential top there. But we might be round tripping the rest of some of the trade, right? If we start to keep going lower. And in terms of a short, I just got in a couple minutes ago. Just got in a couple of minutes ago. But I'm about to get stopped though. I sure already is stopped though, actually. Wasn't even paying attention while yapping. But yeah, I got in on this breakdown. And I had a TP here. I had a TP set here, but we never reached it. So unfortunately, got stopped. But we can always get back in, right? If this starts to like kind of do this, and then break down lower, and get back in. But so far we have lost nothing in that regard, right? Because the getting stopped out break even with the piece included. So just a free roll. Potential long opportunity here, you know, by the way. Potentially. Seeing one of these again at the golden pocket at this level. Obviously this is the 1 minute, so it's not really into it too much, but in terms of getting like optimized entries, like this is how they form, right? So I look at the 1 minute. Just gotta remember to not get too carried away. Yeah, so far looking like it, right? If we weren't already in along, it seems like that might have been the opportunity, right? Could have even added here potentially. If I wanted to. I'm busy over here fucking texting and shit. Anyways, back to being on short lookout duty again, right? Back to being on short lookout duty. I'm not good enough to use the 1 minute. I don't know if I don't know if people are good or not good at using the 1 minute. I don't know if that's how I would phrase that. Cause like they're all the same, right? They're all kind of the same thing. Like all the time frames are all. Like that's one of the most fascinating concepts of trading that I love about it is how like Like it's different time frames, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You can see this on like a 1 second chart. You can see this on like a 4-hour chart. It's like the same concepts, right? I think the only thing is that's obviously like the lower the time frame, the less data there is. That's all. So you have to always keep that in mind. The lower the time frame, the less reliable. So you have to. I mean, I guess maybe that's what you mean by not good enough, in the sense of like experience. So you have to have a good feel for. Like what's going on, right? What's going on as this stuff's happening, because you don't have much time to really think about it. So it's on the 1 minute chart. But like in general, the concepts from like the 1 minute are the same as the concepts for like the higher time frames, right? In general, though, at least for me, I like to use, in terms of like I'm trading larger levels, right? Like I'm like right now, like the main 2 levels I have in mind are this and this. So in terms of like confirming what's actually happening, like I use this, right? At least the 30-minute. Like the 1 minute is more of like entry optimization, right? At least the way I can use it, think about it. Especially when leverage trading, where like every kind of like percentage difference in like helps that much more. So like, let's just suppose that like this is your target for a short, and you're looking to enter in this area. The difference between getting in like up here or up here is like a lot different than getting in like here. Like yes, all 3, and like, let's assume this is a winning trade eventually. All 3 are fine, right? But they all had like this was like a higher time frame confirmation. You're exchanging potential gains with like a higher probability. But if you can do the lower time frame stuff, then you are afforded these entries, right? Assuming you manage risk properly. That's a thing. You have to make sure you manage risk at all times. Because given that the data is less reliable, I mean, you're going to get got more. So you have to be shaping, you have to be moving your stop loss, etc. Because now you're just going to have trades that just don't go your way because it's just like, you know, at that moment in time in the market, people were entering the market aggressively that were against your position. But if you were trending like the activity of the money movement on the higher, like larger, more zoomed out picture, it was in your favor the whole time. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, I think 1 minute is incredibly valuable, incredibly valuable. Might consider adding to the long here, by the way. Might consider it. Yeah, if we hold this retest. So I do have some space to work with as well because of my fill, right? My fill is like literally, I think it's this one. So even if I do add, my average entry is still quite low. Just click up on, let's just check the data, right? Let's see if this starts to get confirmed on the medium time frame. We'll leave it like this for now. Bum, 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 bum. I was just texting somebody while thinking. I might close out the long if we lose this low, to be honest. Because we're probably going lower at that point, and at that point I might as well juice on what I have with the trade, yeah? Because if not, then all I'm getting out of this trade is like what I shaved up here. I'm gonna be round tripping the rest. It's kind of wasteful. I'm like eventually forming one of these, right? At this level. We'll see. Because I got this sweep on derivatives. I'm curious to see what happens on this sweep. Like, do we sweep it and then go, or no? That's kind of what's gonna determine it for me. Oh, S&P is really, what the hell? Interesting. There was like a huge spike a couple minutes ago. Interesting. Also have to decide, like, if we do break these lows, then we're probably going lower, in which case I should get back into the short or look to get back in. Because I did get stopped out on this thing, break even. It's a lot to think about on the 1 minute. I suppose. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, how do you quantify a lot? Hard to say. It definitely requires attention. Because I'm also looking at like how people are positioning on like the lowest of time frames in terms of like leverage. Like I'm seeing that the people get trapped like on this candle, for example, like on the lower time frames. Is that much more of edge? Plus, like I'm watching like this is not. I have the 1 minute open over here, but I have like all the oscillators as well, right? And a few other things. I have like some like volatility. Like an indicator to give you like a visual cue of how far from the mean volatility is. Whether it's really high or very low. And some other stuff, but yeah. Yeah. But in terms of the chart though, like you just gotta look at them for a while, right? Gotta get comfortable, get well acquainted. And just learn about like market structure. It's kind of just a way to like systematically approach price action. And after that, all you're kind of doing is just watching the reaction at levels, right? Levels of interest, step 1. And like patterns and whatnot. Like double bottom, like candlestick patterns, like patterns in terms of like the bar, like the what am I saying? Like the individual candle patterns, like a hammer, for example, right? Or like the three consecutive candle patterns. And then you still have like the larger ones. That's mostly it, right? That's mostly it at that point. But I mean, first and foremost, you don't have to use the 1 minute. Not a necessity by any means. You can trade on whatever time frame you want. You can trade on the weekly chart for all you care, all I care, right? How many people trade on the monthly chart? Interestingly enough, I'm curious. I wonder if there's any interesting insight on that. Yeah, I mean, personally, I could not trade on the monthly at this point in my life. trading isn't like my source of income. So I have to wait for trades to show up every few months on the monthly chart. I'm making no money. Like the 4 hour, Mr. Aziz. Yeah, I always have the 4 hour open. Like the main ones I watch are like weekly, daily, and then like 4 hour, and then like the lower ones. But yeah, I find it's nice to always have these ones in mind because it gives you like a bit more like perspective, right? You don't get like too tunneled in on like the lowest of low time frames. Like right now, we know that we bounce off this 4 hour level, and we've been trending up for the past like 12 hours now. So like if you're trying to take a short in this range, probably be a little bit more careful on the lower time frame. So context matters. Golden pocket right at this next 4 hour level, which corresponds to what, 816. Value area high, interesting. So we might not even make it to this box if we get up from here. Interesting. Kind of to circle back to how the stream started, and we were talking about how this was like a kind of like a no-go zone, line in the sand for the bulls. I feel like that's the same situation here. Because then you like risk like all this garbage getting cleaned and then going up into this area. We'll see, we'll see. They have plenty of opportunities to defend this up here. These are just little kind of meaningless boxes, more or less. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to get back into shore. I wanted to cut it at 2 on the dot. On the dot. So I might just say whatever. Show to the math. Math or no? Math or no? Interesting, right? Interesting. That's why patterns are fascinating, right? Oh man, I'm gonna sleep like a baby tomorrow. Oh my god, I can't wait. I'm also curious to find out what happened with this stream in terms of playing the music at the start. I'm very curious to see the result of that experiment. Because like if they like mute the stream or something like that after the fact, not ideal. But if it just means that the video can't be monetized or whatever, then like who cares? Everyone's really freaking out about the bond market. Motherfuckers are freaking out. It's all I see. I don't know if it's just because of the algorithm or perhaps it's blurred my view of what people are really doing. But yeah, blah 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 blah, bond market this, bond market that. Motherfuckers are crying. Why? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not a... Well, like, okay, keep in mind that everything I'm about to say is... I'm just running on the internet. I don't fucking know everything or anything. Let's assume I don't know anything. So I'm not like the perfect source of information, but from my understanding, it just seems like one, China's like a huge owner of treasuries, right? So is like Japan, etc. So if someone starts selling them like crazy, which people suspect that China is, or like maybe even confirmed, and like it goes up, right? The percentage goes up. So it needs to become more attractive for people to buy it. What I don't really get is why is everyone so... Like nothing that is occurring in that situation was unknown, right? This is all like kind of expected stuff. Okay, is this like not already priced in and whatnot? It's just a matter of people are like now actively engaging in that market. But that's how I see it. But you know, let's do some research, right? Let's see if we can come up with anything. Just play around with like ChatGPT and Gemini and whatnot. Maybe buy a book or two on the history of bonds, etc. And Price has just been sitting here doing this for a minute now, yeah? And another potential pattern to measure out of curiosity. Or even one of these, right? And that's the thing about patterns, is like they're like a little subjective. I like to do them on line charts typically, just to kind of have that bit more of subjectivity removed. Also depends on like what time frame you're looking at, because like the 5 minute can look different than like the 15, etc. So you can like paint to the chart to your bias almost. Look around to something that fits your narrative. Anyways, back to this bond market research. Oh yeah, there was also some yeah. This are members reading with it. There's some kind of like people saying that there was like a massive unwind of a basis trade in the bond market. That I was not familiar with, but like I mean I know what a basis trade is. I just not particularly informed on people how people implement it in the bond market. But even that shouldn't be like a reason to freak out, but let's keep reading, yeah. We're about to get a lot of candle closes here pretty soon. Like the 45, 90, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour. Same as yesterday. 2 a.m. is a nice time to end. A lot of candle closes right there. Make sure we're watching this data still. I see. Like, I don't know. I don't know how people in general think about this stuff. This is the thing for me. Because it seems like a lot of the fear around this is based on people not buying bonds anymore. And like, it's an effect on interest rates. Like, do people really think that they're not gonna? I guess they think it's like, I should probably change the way I think about the markets a little bit. Because like to me, when I read something like this, like I think it's kind of like a nothing burger, in the sense that, like, yeah, like the yield's gonna go up and down, right? There's gonna be periods of time when it's going up and it's going down. Like, who fucking cares? Especially when it's like usually anticipated. But it's not about who cares or who not cares, right? It's more like people take like whether there's a solution or not, there will be a period of time where there's like not a solution for whatsoever is happening at that moment, and in that time, it's time to unrisk until there's more like clarity, which then leads to like a sell-off, right? Because if you're being responsible, you will be taking some money out of the game at that point, or those points in time. So like, you should probably act accordingly, because if not, then you're not moving with the rest of the crowd, right? I think that's a better way to think about it. Thing is, I've been trading long enough to give this kind of stuff thought. So I haven't been through like a full. That's why experience is so important. Because stuff like this, you just don't like think about it until you come across it, and then that's when you have the opportunity to like kind of learn and ponder about it. And I'm saying all this like in regards to like how my thought on like long-term spot bags. So I haven't really touched a lot of them. I should probably be a bit more active with those, yeah, just to optimize the juice. With Biddy, we've been active on the in terms of like spot still, right? Talk about these plans for like getting orders here. When the chart looked like this, I think it's one of the first YouTube videos, if I'm not mistaken. We're over here. And I was talking about fucking the CME gap fill and shit down here. Yeah, for like things that are like not crypto related and not as much, right? Kind of like the typical blue chips and like actual S&P, etc. Thing is, like, leverage trading is so time consuming and so juicy. I like that thought. I don't know which one you're referring to. I feel like I'm just yapping right now. Yapping and trying to be mindful of saying less. We just got all of these candle closes, so let's check these charts out. Alright, like, we don't have to like literally talk with them all, right? Kind of just visualize combining the candles in our head. So far, looks like we're flipping this weekly level though, which is nice. Nice, right? Nice sign of strength here. This is going as well. And we'll have to look at the data for this stuff tomorrow, but should probably update this view up. Yeah, interesting day tomorrow. Interesting day tomorrow. Very interesting day tomorrow. Cause we're looking kind of strong, yeah, in terms of just kind of like straight up looking at the chart. Let's kind of look over this real quick. I'm so dumb. Like this golden pocket got held, right? Dead on, bang on. But we did retrace to the golden pocket, whereas in the other situation we did not. Or did we? I guess we kind of did. But like we didn't get a candle close near, like on this side we got a candle close near it. Whereas at this side not yet, right? Haven't closed below the 382 once yet. And obviously it's only been like 2 days, but it was drilling a little bit. Same story. Obviously a double bottom to retest, so interesting. Potential sign of strength here, right? On the bit more meaningful time frames. This could be the low, right? Let's keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind about S&P. This could be the low. Because sentiment is quite low, and from what I'm seeing, most people think we're going lower, and even myself included. I'm definitely like I'm not. Maybe not in terms of this move. Like maybe we come up and fill this gap, or like sweep this. But like I believe that we will be doing another leg lower at some point. I don't think we're just gonna go up from here and go straight back to the all-time high. Personally, but I'm prepared for both, right? I'm considering both. This is a possibility, and it seems like most people would not be expecting that. And like, hey, if we get another one of these candles, we can get there in like 1 or 2 days. 1 or 2 days we can get up here. So interesting times ahead, right? If bulls are gonna turn this shit around, this is a good opportunity to do it. It's a good opportunity to take back control of the market. But we'll see. We'll see. Things are definitely getting interesting, though. I will say that. Even the biddy, like this trend line, is kind of like asking to some kind of dent put into it, right? At some point. A lot of liquidity building up on the upside, slowly over time. And some of the sentiment data on the S&P is quite low. Incredibly low, actually. Incredibly low. this long is going. Damn. Forgot to add, I was so distracted with this bond stuff. I might start streaming less, no lie. But that's the second time in 1 week that I missed potentially adding to a trade that I could have gotten out risk-free. Cause I'm distracted doing something related to like the stream. Well, I guess in this case I was like reading with the bonds, which is useful, but true. My own vault. What price do you think we're at next year? Who knows? Who knows? Who fucking knows? I don't think anybody knows. Like, I'm sure some of the best firms in the world probably have estimations that are better than average, right? So it makes them the best. But this, I don't think it's definitive by any means. Because if it was, you guys would just be fucking balling out of control, just printing money non-stop for like a right infinite money loop, money glitch. Losses will be incurred, inefficiencies will occur. Like periods of drawdown, etc. So yeah, like I mean, if a bunch of fucking PhD economists and statisticians, mathematicians, you know, computer science students, etc., have not solved that in however long it's been attempted, hundreds of years at this point probably. Well, like obviously not all through computation, like that's like a more newer advance, but if all of that can't do it, then like what is the point of us speculating, right? Even the most ideal of solutions is not perfect. When it comes to that stuff, I look at it in the most zoomed out thought process time frame. In regards to the S&P at least, I'll kind of circle back to Biddy, but let's find the... I guess over the long run, this chart is just like up only, right? Yes, obviously there are periods of drawdown, but on a long enough view, as long as you're not blowing money on things that don't survive the test of time, right? As long as you're investing in things that survive the test of time, your money will be doing this. And the target doesn't matter in that sense, right? Target doesn't really matter. I guess we can speculate on targets, right? Because we can use a little bit of math for that. Like, let's suppose this is the low. 64.50, 68.90. If we're thinking about next year, one of these two, right? We're probably not going to fucking just 8K in 1 year. Assuming we even go up, right? Most of the possibility that we go down or stay relatively close to where we are right now. Oh yeah, and then biddy. The interesting thing about Bitcoin is the fixed float, right? The fixed supply. Because there is some world where a bunch of like wealth funds or like sovereign wealth funds make an allocation at once. Like a huge amount of money, like they decide to finally dip their toes in Bitcoin, and they allocate like some percentage point, multiple of these entities at the same time. They all put in like 1% at the same time. That's a lot. That's a lot, right? That is a lot. In terms of where Bitcoin is at right now to where it could potentially be. So there is a literal world where this chart does like fucking do some crazy, ridiculous move. And that'll only be like exacerbated even more by like, imagine the FOMO happening at that time. It'd be like the whole tulip, the tulip chart, right? But like we're on some serious copium right there talking about that. Like, is that really gonna happen? Let's not count on that. Surely not. Perfectly possible that we come up to like 120 and gold, and that's it. If the top's not already in, right? Whoops. What am I doing? Let's play with a couple more of these. And then I'm going to call it a night. Hard to say. Like, obviously you can see you're drawing a bunch of extensions over and over on like different impulses. And if you don't know what this is doing, then just go read about trend-based fib extensions. But if you do a bunch of them and then like you repeatedly see the same kind of like numbers coming up, like 1067, 1069, 1068, with multiple different times that you use that tool, then there's like a, you know, more likely something you should probably just, in terms of pure math, pay a little bit more attention to. Yeah, we'll see. Can't tell you what will be next year, because there's so many possibilities. Maybe we can go higher, we can go lower, we can be staying at the same spot. Like what if we blast off before the year's over, and then the bull market is done, and then we come back down, and then it's 2026, right? At that point we're at the same price. Or we could just chop here for a while again, right? Like another one of these like multi-month or even longer. Could be lower too, right? Could go down. Could lose this and sit around here like chopping. We probably don't lose this. What's the number? There's a number for this. Talking about this the other day, but so the electrical cost to produce a Bitcoin, right? And the production cost. And typically, you don't see it drop below. And at that point, there's really no point in mining it. But yeah, like historically, this has just trended upwards with price, right? It kind of marks like cyclical lows, basically. Like it wicked below here once here. Like temporary, like a 1 day wick, like black swan type of thing. Like I'm not definitively sure if each single one is actually like a black swan, but these are all like 1 day wicks and throughout the whole history of Bitcoin. So like a pretty solid floor price to base off of. Right now it's like in the 50Ks. Like just assume it rolls over and goes a little bit lower. We're still like in the 50K region. So like, do we lose these lows? Maybe one wick. Let's not discount it, but how are miners doing actually? Now that we talked about mining real quick, I'm actually curious. I'm actually curious. Should we keep the chart open again? Because we get potential for like a larger, kind of like one of these forming. Actually, probably not. Probably not. I think I'm so tired. I said I was gonna leave at 2. It's 2:22. So I'm just gonna look at these minor charts real quick and call it a night. Where can you read that? I think it was in the picture, wasn't it? I don't know if I'll show it again, but I think you can just rewind, but I'll let Rod just toss it up, yeah? And there's multiple things on there. This is just one of many interesting things this person has on here. You know, the more you know, right? The more you know. Interesting. Is it like a 7.5 or something? The potential, the 886 might work here on this thing. Interesting. This thing's like repeatedly diverging on the daily. Interesting. problem. No problem. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll do this later. I'll make a note of this to like tomorrow at some point or the day. This already tagged the low. The next one's quite far away, but interesting. Some potential trades here that we can make use of in tax-free accounts. Potentially. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely some pretty decent, you know, Bitcoin beta, I suppose. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are having pretty like massive divs going on near some sweep levels, if not already sweeped on like the daily. So in the world where S&P starts moving up and BITI starts moving up with it, some of these have like a lot of room to grow. What else is there? I think for some of these would have to be a bit more due diligence than just looking at a chart. Because crypto miners are very like cutthroat. You need to get new hardware every year, which means you need to be getting like more money, like either invested every year or like some kind of like return for the investors, right? Some kind of value created for them, which is why a lot of them are starting to hoard Bitcoin bags. But if you can't keep up with your competitors, then because like the equipment needs and facility needs, a lot of these people just like die and get bought out by the bigger one, and then the bigger one just acquires all their equipment and keeps scaling up. So it's very a cutthroat almost. Like not a lot of miners survive. They're always kind of like a new miner pops up and then kind of eventually joins one of the existing ones. Then the new miner pops up, same kind of story. And a lot of them have started to pivot out to do other things. Like they just do like high performance compute instead of Bitcoin mining, because they already have the facilities anyways. So yeah, we'll have to do a bit more due diligence. But the nice thing about this is that like unlike leverage trading, you can make these trades tax free. So it's like very worthwhile to do if you have those kind of accounts where you live. But anyways, with that said, I'm tired of yapping. It's late. we do have PPI tomorrow, so potential exciting times ahead, right? I'm starting to get more and more bullish the more I think about things. But we'll see. Maybe that means I'm getting got, you know. Maybe that means I'm the one getting got. So just remember to just keep things in mind level to level. Yeah, let me just make sure all my orders are like properly set and whatnot before I go to bed with my shit all fucked up. Interesting. Interesting. This could turn out to be one of these, like on the 30-minute. Potentially. This candle just opened, so see if there's anything interesting in the last minute data. Some longs got trapped on this. Oh, show. Show. Interesting. And that sell wall is still in the order book up here again. It's up here again. Anyways, whatever. Fuck it. I'm not gonna give this any more thought. Time to go unwind and relax. Good night to you. Good night to you, sir. I don't know if you're sir, but yeah. Shout out to you for hanging out. I've seen you a couple times now, so shout out to you. And I'm exhausted, so I'm out this.